moment.
Yeah, and I was also thinking, you know, if the right rook slides to d2, I don't think black either wants to be trading off the light square bishops because e6 is so weak, and I'm just seeing that black is the one that is just simply groveling.
Yep, black is groveling, black is suffering. Firouzja no time either. This could be huge for the standings. Vincent will catch him up, and these two could be just 1 or 2 points behind the lead heading into tomorrow. We could get maybe 4 or 5 players within 2 points of each other. Depending on how the Armageddons go and how the other game goes.
Yeah, you gotta spam the Danny emote right now of absolute cinema going on, because if that was to happen, I mean, whose Norway Chess is this going to be? I'll tell you who's not it will be. That's Magnus Carlsen. Few would have predicted that. We've got 3 people in the race potentially for that Norway Chess crown, and none of them are named Magnus Carlsen. Who saw that coming?
Exactly, and Gukesh is unlikely to be included in that conversation either. If he loses today, depending on other results, he might be guaranteed last place with 1 round to spare, which would be a really devastating result, especially on the back of the last 18 months. And yeah, it looks like on that right board, no counterplay, piece down.
He's under 5 minutes, Gukesh is right now. 12 moves to make. The idea, David, you pointed out, of taking that d5 pawn, hitting the queen next, opening up the bishop. It's on the board. Is there anything that Gukesh can do here to try to create his tricks against the black king? I'm struggling to find a way in.
Yeah, like you can literally, apart from the 8th rank, the back rank, you can pick up the white queen and put her anywhere, and she doesn't really create any threats. And I love what Prag is doing. Like, he's been taking care of his king with the black knight, great defender, the black queen, an equally strong defender. He's covered the dark squares with pawns, and now he's covered the light squares with his bishop that looked like it was asleep. He's covered everything.
If you're Gukesh, can you try to go wild with queen h8? I'm at least pinning your knight. I'm hitting the pawn on h7, at least pretending to have a threat in this position. It's desperate, but I'm struggling to find anything more active than that for Gukesh right now.
Exactly. As our producer Bick is saying, if the white pawn wasn't on a3, if it were anywhere else, a2, a4, then white would have had ideas like bishop to a3, pinning the pawn on the diagonal, and this diagonal would have been lovely for the bishop, but unfortunately, that was too many ifs in one sentence. And yeah, that pawn he put on a3 as early as move 4, misplaced, it seems, and he goes back with his queen. I quite like queen h8, just a disturbance move, something that maybe Prag hadn't seen, but yeah, queen g3, and now this black knight on a5, all it needs to do is improve itself. If it ends up on c5, every piece is controlling an important square.
And you've got 2 ways to do it, right? And I don't really see a repetition to either one of them. b3 or b7 retreat to go forward, hit that bishop. A matter of few consolidating moves, and Prag looking to join the lead going into the final round.
Yeah, win in the classical for Prag will just boost him to 15 points, and that's very much near the top. And just to confirm, it was a draw between Humpy and Yu Wenjun. So we're going to be seeing our second Armageddon of the day. If we go back to the bird's eye view, I just also want to point out that the evaluation bar is all the way in favor of Zhuzhina, as she is winning against Divya Deshmukh. So looking like Zhuzhina is going to be netting 3 points. And for Wesley and Magnus, still very much balanced.
Divya had to keep the queens on the board. She had to combine the ideas of the queen and the knight for compensation against that exchange. This is an endgame where black's rook will chase down all of Divya's pawns. For Zhuzhina, the plan is clear. Get your king, kick that knight out, attack b3, win that. White's king stuck to the square because f2 is tender as well. There'll be no coordination between the white knight and the king. I think Zhuzhina gets the job done in this one.
Yeah, Divya walked into that queen trade, I think, mainly by accident. She felt she had to, but she just had no time. This is the position we won't linger too long, but 40 seconds. That's all that needs to be said. And just to show, the queen exchange happened just a few moves ago. It was around here, and she was facing the threat of checkmate. I just wanted to show this because it is a brilliant move. She had to play this now, but queen to g8, check. And queen sacrifice, unfortunately, it wasn't saving her. She was able to land a fork, but yeah, when the dust settled, queen trade only helped black, and the a2 pawn falling didn't help this double attack. And yeah, if we catch up with the live position, I think all that Zhuzhina needs to do, there we go, she's moved her king on over. And it's all because the existence of the c5 pawn. f4, desperate attempt to free the white king to hit the rook, but just too slow. Black's going to start picking off pawns on the other side soon.
Yeah, you could do that. You could kick the knight away first. This is a Zhuzhina game.
This is definitely a Zhuzhina game, and I got to direct us immediately to Vincent against Ali Reza, because Ali Reza has gotten creative and he just played Rook F4.
Improve the position of the bishop. Bishop from b7 lining up against the e4 pawn. The other way to get it into the attack. Knight g5, queen h6, looking at that h3 square to screw up the white king side even tighter in those positions right now. I would almost say that I don't understand the evaluation bar right now. Like, such a big advantage, unless it's a concrete line. Yeah. I think it's a great sacrifice by Ali Reza.
This is where, like, 20 years ago, before, or maybe 30 years ago, before computers became really, really good, we would have been like, yeah, this is double exclam, brilliant move, and momentum turner. That's the main thing, momentum breaker. You're worse, you're suffering, you're passive. You sack something, he's barely sacked anything. It's just a bishop for rook. He's suddenly got better pawn structure, and this could definitely turn.
Yeah, it's the kind of sacrifice, you know, you're thinking about the romantic era of chess with Mikhail Tal currently celebrating in his grave right now. Just happy to see this being played out on the board. But then the evaluation bar just takes the fun out of the position. But what is White's response? How does Kayma keep the king side defended?
And this was my question to you, because the g5 pawn is dropping off. I don't think you can be defending that one. So I have like two instincts here. Bishop to d7. I don't know why I want that, but I do. Get a rook into d7 and...
Makes a lot of sense. e6 is weak as well after that.
Yes. So that would be one instinct. Another instinct that I have, which doesn't quite make so much sense, is to go e5. I yes, just have some funny tactical ideas of posting up a knight on e4, but that's probably wishful thinking. I also break the rules as well, big time. Just want to point out, with this e5, yes, David, thank you. I was just going to say that as well. You make your king very exposed. Don't weaken the king on the diagonal.
Well, I want to highlight that you have great instincts, Ivanka, because, I mean, bishop d7, I think, is the most human move. Just eliminating the black bishop pair before the black bishop gets to b7. But the top move by the computer is actually your plan. Just same idea, just different order. Starting with bishop c6, which I'm going to say is very difficult. It feels like a slow move, but it takes away the square from the black bishop, which is actually trapped now. And after knight takes g5, then e5. And you've stopped f3, you've covered that square, you've stopped the black bishop getting active.
Wow.
This would be genius from Vincent Kayma, but you struck the right idea, Ivanka, and that's how chess works, right? We're just fine-tuning. Finding cool ideas and making it work.
Yeah. And how narrow is the path to an advantage? So say, for instance, bishop to d7, would that get you to an advantage, or would that get you to a mess?
Advantage, I think.
I just want to point out that maybe at some point we get the double board view, because Gukesh is down to under 2 minutes on the clock. And he still has 8 moves to make. That's about 4 moves per minute that the world champion has to afford in a position where, again, you could have as much time as you want and you're still struggling.
Yeah. I mean, we see actually bishop to d7 on that left board. Vincent Kayma does play the most human approach. So he covers all the light squares. Still the exchange up, Vincent, although has to slightly worry about the white king now. On that right board, I mean, Gukesh, this is so sad. He's just a pure piece down. His whole idea now on that right board is to try and trade off black's knight on b7 with his last move. And the white queen wants to swoop all the way to the top of the board with a check. But yeah, that's easy to stop, I think, for Pragg.
If you're Pragg, can't you just actually force a queen trade off in this position? I'm going queen f5. If you hide your king on a2, my queen comes to c2. If you step up on the dark squares, I go queen f6. Isn't that just handshakes?
Yeah, I think we should show that. Let's jump in because Vincent has found the best path against Alireza to stop counterplay, but this is where the most drama is happening. Under 2 minutes now for Gukesh, and Tanya's pointing out this move. This looks very natural, very strong. And, I mean, first thing we calculate, right, checks? Any dark square, B2, A1, as you said, just queen's off, and this is resignable now. D5 drops, extra knight. I think this pin is only temporarily uncomfortable. White can never profit from it. And, yeah, the other way, the only way to save the... or keep the queens on. I mean, this is over. Another pawn bites the dust.
Yeah, queen takes pawn. I was thinking of queen c2, but you still have bishop b2 in that position, and the game goes on. But queen takes pawn looks very, very strong there. And I don't even think Pragg needs to be super precise, because queen f5, queen g6 check, both would probably potentially lead to the same position, being forced to give c2 after king to a2.
Yeah, exactly.
With the winning advantage.
I just saw a pawn. I wanted to grab a pawn, but exactly. There's plenty of ways for Pragg to do this, so the path isn't that narrow even.
And I was also going to point out that Black's knights, they might look clumsy, but the knight on b7 covers the all-important d8 square, and the knight on g8 covers f6, h6, e7, and those are critical squares. So, for instance, you can take the pawn on d5 once you get there with check, with the full knowledge that if a bishop blocks that check, it's fine. The queen can move somewhere else. She doesn't need to protect any squares.
And just to show that, I actually missed bishop c4, so thank you for pointing out that everything's still covered. Not sure exactly where to go, but should be still.
But there's no stress.
Safe. No
That's
stress.
the thing. The knights are doing all the fantastic job.
But because you said the knights are doing such a fantastic job, I wonder if Pragg isn't rushing with this decision, because there's a temptation to go pawn hunting immediately from the starting position, the live board that we have right now. And I wonder if queen takes pawn still keeps everything intact, because I'm not seeing any big check for white in this position.
Yeah, this looks like a mating attack for black suddenly, with the white king such a big target on the light squares. Yeah, Pragg can win, I think, in any way possible now. Like, he can also just put his queen on a dark square. He does give the check first, though. Very logical.
Very precise. I also would just like to say, I don't think this is about Gukesh not getting flagged. I just don't think he reaches move 40 because he's about to lose before that.
Now this is move 33. 7 more moves to make to get the 10-second increment. Yeah. But yeah, the position is terminal. He does at least keep the game alive by keeping the queens on the board. So that's a first step. I think we've all been there, like lost positions. We just try not to give up hope, but keeping pieces on the board is the first step, and there we go.
Picks it up with a check. And let's not forget, this was the scenario in that last encounter at Norway Chess, and Gukesh turned things around at the very end from a dead lost position. Snatched victory in that one. Bishop comes back. Pragg confidently now getting ready to set up the check on c2. The black knight ready to jump into the game as well. Bishop e6, a massive threat.
Yeah, and for Gukesh, he has barely any checks. He's going to resign.
And there we have it. It's a result. The world champion loses. Pragg, 3rd win in a row in classical. He's jumped right up in the standings now, in with a chance of winning Norway Chess tomorrow.
Yeah, what a comeback and boss statement it has been by Pragg Rananda over the last few days, suffering a setback with 2 back-to-back losses and responding in full boss mode, taking down the world champion today at a point when it matters the most. 1 round to go, Pragg very much in the race.
Completely in the race. I mean, Pragg with that victory moves to 15 points. He's currently in the lead. If Alireza falls to Vincent, which let's go there and have a look. If he falls, Vincent is the one who will move to 13 points. You know, we might even see the situation that if Magnus manages to squeeze out a win against Wesley, Magnus will be in the mix as well.
Now, we'd have 4 players within 2 points of each other heading into the last day. That would be an incredible showdown for the title. It does look on that right board like the status quo has been maintained. Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. Still looks like a draw is the most likely result. Not much changing there. But Vincent with huge winning chances exchange up.
Wow.
And that's the big one for Alireza Firouzja, down by a point on the leaderboard currently before the Armageddon between Wesley and Magnus, if it was to go there. Alireza in big trouble right now. He's down materially. I'm still not seeing the attack, the compensation, especially with the black queen boxed up on e8 right now. The black knight tied there to not allow the white queen from picking up one of the 2 pawns. The rook, do you simply slide back or do you stay active on the 7th rank? Is the question for Kaima.
Big question. I think ideally he wants to stay on the 7th rank, just more active, and also tying down the black queen to her bishop. But yeah, I'm a bit scared of getting trapped on the 7th. And also, if the black queen gets the d-file, oh, this could turn. Like, I think it's good for Vincent that he's up at 9 minutes. If it were a 3-minute versus 3-minute scramble, that's where Firouzja is quicker, sharper, tactically tricky. And yeah, we could see black suddenly take over. I could imagine a pawn on f3, and if the black queen gets anywhere in the white half of the board,
Yes.
mating attacks. But yeah, it still needs a helping hand from Vincent.
Yeah, and I was going to say, well, we have a result. A draw between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, so we'll be seeing Armageddon later on. This is such an important draw for Wesley in the standings because he's now guaranteed himself at least 15 points.
Absolutely, and that's been class about Wesley, right? He's not always dramatic, he's not always flashy, but so unbreakable. It just feels like he's just there, super solid, and impossible to take down currently in that classical section. And it all happened with a big swing in round 5. Taking down Magnus Carlsen is when Wesley's tournament started skyrocketing, and he hasn't stopped since then. Goes into an Armageddon, but that just means that Norway Chess remains wide open on the last day.
Totally. And let's have a look at how that game finished, David.
Yeah, just we don't need to go too far back. Essentially, nothing much changed from this point onwards. White has everything covered. Nice, beautiful pawn chain. Everything protected. White king centralized. Magnus tried to maneuver his knight around. He tried to bring it around to attack White's pawn, but now the king showed its versatility. And yeah, essentially they just started repeating the position. And Magnus here bring his knight back and forth, offered the draw, which Wesley, I think, very gratefully accepted. There were actually maybe 1 or 2 small moments where Magnus could have taken over just before we reached this exact endgame, but ultimately Wesley way too solid. And Armageddon between these two, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and the big question, can Wesley pull off a Prague take down Magnus twice in the same tournament? Well, Prague did it in Classical. Wesley, he'll be looking to do it in Armageddon. He's been super strong in Armageddon. Magnus, meanwhile, shaky the whole tournament. This might be the time he decides to strike at the king. Wesley mentioned it himself, Jovanka, when he joined us in the interview, that Magnus's form has been the biggest question. So maybe Wesley smells blood when the clocks go down.
Yeah, for Wesley, and there's so much at stake here. You know, getting 1 point, getting 1.5 points could be the difference of being Norway Chess winner. And also, I got big news for you, Tanya. It's very good news.
Oh no,
We've
I'm
finally
done.
taken down the mighty David Howell.
I lost my time machine. I lost the keys to the TARDIS. I lost it. What went wrong? I'm gutted.
It's between you and me now.
But I think it's looking really good for you. Magnus Wesley will be our third Armageddon of the day. And this one, if I had to make a prediction with the extra exchange for Vincent, I say that he gets his second classical win of Norway Chess right now, which would be an absolute disaster for Alireza Firouzja at this point. Yes, he'll still have his chances because guess what? Alireza plays Wesley in that last round. His fate in his own hands, but he might be forced to go for a classical win in that case.
I don't know what's more important here. Jovanka winning the prediction game, getting her first point, or the tournament being blown wide open here in this game.
It's obviously Jovanka's first point. I mean, it's been ages since that happened. Jovanka had
Since last year. I feel good, but I haven't won it. I'm in with a chance. I've been in with a chance every single day. But we'll find out. I'm pretty excited, regardless of how this game...
Will you do a little victory dance for us if you were to win the prediction game finally?
I can do a little victory dance right now, but even though I haven't won.
We should do a check, actually. Like, if you do win, like, was it the same exact round last year that you won as well? Because it was quite towards the end. Will it be 12 months to the day?
It's been so long that Jovanka has no memory of it.
Oh, no, I remember. I remember that feeling of winning was very rare in the prediction game. But I don't know. I was so good at the prediction, and it always feels like a lottery. But this one, whoa, you know, interesting decisions have been made by Vincent, because when you mentioned, David, you know, about dropping the rook back, keeping control on the D-line, I was like, yeah, that's very much Vincent. But Vincent hasn't gone for that. Instead, he's kind of said, well, rook to b7 is going to be my move. And I'm not afraid of a queen taking control of the D-line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would have been a bit afraid of this. And the variation I was trying to work out was queen takes pawn, queen in check. Coffee's end there, trying not to draw too much attention to it. You're right, I'm trying to deny today's existence. But this would have been a bit scary, although eval bar shows that white is winning. And probably can dodge the checks eventually. I think it's just a couple of checks and they do dry up when the bishop suddenly is hit. So great calculation from Vincent Keimer.
I also want to point out another defensive resource, which I think will be important in future lines as well. If black does take the d file immediately, you do have the queen retreat offering the trade here. You take it, endgame winning for white. You don't take it, it's the white queen infiltrating on the 7th rank on d7, just solving all problems. By the way, a decision by Alireza right now. He does, instead of putting the queen to d8, decided to put it back on f8 and has pushed the f pawn. The white knight, meanwhile, rerouting itself towards the center of the board via c3 to d1.
Yeah, and I like what he's doing, actually. The knight is going to be very nice on f2. We've seen the theme quite a lot this tournament already, like a knight being a king's best friend and a knight just controlling all the squares around the king. On f2, the black queen will need at least 3 moves to deliver any check. It will need to be on a dark square as well. I don't think the black queen gets 3 moves because everything is so loose. The bishop is loose. The black knight couldn't have taken the pawn last move because g6, e6 also under fire. Yeah, I think the whole idea behind knight to d1 was to put it on this square and then liberate the white queen. The white rook already doing a great job, and maybe we'll just see Vincent tie up black and start pushing pawns.
It looks like that, right? Because where is black's progress now that you've got that knight on the beautiful square? It defends everything, keeps everything under control. For Alireza Firouzja, he's trying desperately to get his queen in right now. d2, and the blue arrow appears, queen f4. He needs to stop that threat. Queen d2 will give Alireza the much-needed counterplay in this position.
Wow, only move territory for Vincent Keimer. That is findable because you just ask your opponent what their threat is. Also, it sets up white's own threat of rook to b8 with a nasty skewer on the 8th rank. So I think he finds it. Like, process of elimination. You definitely don't move the knight. You get checkmated. You don't really want to move the king. Why would you move the king? The white rook can't be improved. So I think, yeah, he's going to find this, surely. Multi-purpose move.
And you've got to stop queen d2, right? Because it's not even just going to be holding. It comes with some deadly threats with queen e2 check idea. And look at that, he does. Vincent Keimer in full control. Access denied.
Yeah, and now there's a threat of his own. Rook to b8. That would be attacking the queen and the king. It's a game-changing threat. Okay, so he moves the bishop, goes on the counter.
Hits the queen. And now for Vincent Keimer. Do you move the queen away? Do you push the e5 pawn there? Hitting the black bishop. But I feel like it's pleasant choices to be made here.
Pleasant choices. The most natural would be to push the pawn forward. Alireza will retreat his bishop and argue that at least he's closed down that white queen's diagonal. Rook b8, no longer an issue. But Vincent, you can see that he sensed something there.
Yeah.
He suddenly got really excited. Okay, looking back now, he's like, okay, I'm not winning yet on the spot, but getting close.
Do you think he got excited about queen h4, queen h6, infiltrating with the queen, trying to threat a kiss of death checkmate ideas, also eyeing the g6 square? That can be quite tempting.
Also, dropping the queen back to d2, setting up a pin.
Ooh, nice.
Could also be on the radar as well. And next big threat would be...
महीनों सालों से गैस, एसिडिटी, पेट फूलने से परेशान? इसका कारण है पेट में खराब बैक्टीरिया, अशुद्धियों का बढ़ना। शुरू करो झंडू पंचारिष्ट का 30-day चैलेंज। दिखे पहले हफ्ते से असर, 4 हफ्तों में जड़ से सुधार। डिटॉक्स कर सातों पाचन केंद्र को सक्रिय करें, पेट रखें हल्का और ठंडा ठंडा। झंडू पंचारिष्ट 30-day चैलेंज आज से।
My name is Julia. I'm the CEO of Hello Prenup and Massachusetts Family Law Attorney. Hello Prenup is the first digital platform that allows couples to create a prenup in hours instead of months and for a fraction of the cost of traditional methods. I started Hello Prenup because I was working at a law firm and I was talking to potential prenup clients. And there were a couple different frustrations that they experienced. Well, number one is they didn't understand why they needed to hire a divorce attorney. Second, they were really frustrated with the fact that they had to pay this really high attorney retainer fee. They didn't think it made sense. They're planning a wedding. They're spending so much money already. They just wanted to get this done at a price that they could afford. In addition, they didn't like how long it was going to take. At the time, my firm required a minimum of 3 months to create a prenup. And so many couples were getting married in a month, 2 months. And so they felt shut out from their ability to actually move forward with this document. I thought there has to be a better way. And that's how Hello Prenup was born.
Oh, what next for Vincent? How does he improve? Does he simply just push pawns? I mean, what does he do?
I could suggest one plan here, David, if you're white. Go queen e3, go queen d3. I just want to fight for the d line.
Very classy. That would be very calm, very collected. And yeah, not just that, but maybe forcing black's hand because of a hit on g6. He goes back with his rook. Same idea, different order. Rook to d3, his idea to shut the gate. Close the d-file. Also looks very, very logical.
Very nice.
Yeah. I was looking at some weird ways of like going king g1, king h2, king g3.
I thought you were going to say king e1, queen d2. King g1, king h2 is very impressive, David Howell.
Probably also just bad. Also, I might have been blundering like knight h. Oh my god, I think I was blundering knight h3 there. And then the black queen coming into d1. But okay, rook d3, much more professional.
Well, hang on a second. Isn't that an idea as well in the air?
Like immediately. Wow.
Yeah, I think white will react by taking this pawn, not getting deflected. Like if the black knight moves, yeah, that's bait you don't want to take. But yeah, he dodged the blunder there. Queen to d7.
He's eyeing that a4 square. If you go rook d3, Alireza Firouzja setting up queen a4, queen c2 ideas, desperately trying to get to the white king.
This is where Alireza is at his most dangerous. When he has nothing to lose, when he's just playing for swindles, playing for tricks. More often than not, he tricks the opponent, especially when both clocks are low. His vision and his creativity is another level.
Everyone watching, just ignore the evaluation bar and watch the magic unfold. Alireza Firouzja isn't going to make this easy for Vincent Keymer.
Not easy at all. And you see there, with this little move that Alireza's found, you know, if you do slide over the rook to d3, that queen is primed to come in on the queen side and start, you know, skirting around the king with queen a4, queen c2. And it's questions.
We're going to watch this being played out. Alireza will reach out for his queen, make it the most active piece in the position.
Yep, might as well. Nothing much to think about here. Bring the queen in. Maybe white's idea is to just continue locking that door, just bring the white queen to slightly passive square, but at least controlling any entry points. Vincent's going to go for his queen. He's going to retreat her. There we go. He covers the c4 pawn importantly, but now the black queen has no way in.
And this is super instructive from Vincent, right? He's gone up material. He's now going into defense mode. He knows as long as he fights Alireza's counterplay, he's going to be winning this game in the long run. He just cannot allow any offensive ideas of Alireza. He now falls back with the queen. Alireza also trying to get Vincent down to his final few seconds. He knows that's when miracles happen.
It's a bit liberating having a lost position because some point you just start like playing not to lose immediately. You're just like, okay, prolong the game, prolong the game, prolong the game. The longer it goes, the more your opponent gets nervous, and then you're like, wait, I'm still in it. Momentum could turn. Very professional from Vincent b3, covering his pawns.
I think protected. And
I think it was Indian cricketer Virat Kohli who said, you have to believe in that 1%, because then that 1% can become 10, can become 20. Just keep making moves. Fight your own mind to not give up.
absolutely true. And also, if you approach it like a challenge, you just say, well, hang on a second, I'm completely lost. I accept the results. And then you say, can I survive this next move? And then the next move. And then you just keep on going. And suddenly your opponent gets frustrated. And that is something that could very well happen to Vincent, although Vincent just coolly advancing the queenside pawns.
Peter Lecco would be proud. Cemento, queenside totally locked down. Now black's infiltration points are only on the other side of the board where the queen can't get to.
No time for Alireza. Watch the clock, everyone.
5 seconds. He's got a path though. He's clearing the 8th rank. He wants to swing the whole way across the board.
Sneaky.
Back and round. Yeah, my favorite chess book, The 7 Deadly Chess Sins, they call it the goalkeeper's glory. Because when you're facing a penalty, you're never scoring a goal. You can save it and you look like a hero, or you let it in. But here you're just trying to save it. That's all, but it takes the pressure off.
And once again, Vincent Keymer gets his queen active on f4, but no infiltration squares for that queen. Meanwhile, Alireza steps back, now eyeing the b4 square to come in from.
Watch out. Does take a few moves, but black's queen might get in.
It's all about the clock now.
Right. And Alireza, in my opinion, is so impressive in this type of position. Because yes, okay, he's lost. But with the queen b7, he's threatening to come in on the queen side. Also, don't discount that this possibility that the queen could snake its way around the 8th rank is still there. And for Vincent, how does he improve his position? How does he put the goal in the back of the net?
I think Keymer's relying on the idea that the queen gets too ambitious. You've got rook d7 on the 7th rank. And black just cannot afford to allow that. That would be game over. So instead he comes in with his knight, not fearing any queen moves, as the rook would come in. Knight g4, now targeting some of those dark squares. Queen h2, queen h6 ideas in the air.
And knight f6 would be a really good disruptive move as well, just to break the connection between the bishop and the knight.
Oh, that might be a clincher. What's black's response to that one? Knight f6, jumping in. The defensive knight becomes the attacking beast that it always dreamed of being.
I think it's about to do just that. You can't afford to take it. The knight on g5 will be hanging, and he reaches out. It's on the board. The knight lands on a deadly square.
Now the clock. 7 seconds to defend this. The black knight is hanging.
Make that
Checkmate
three.
coming. Rusha goes back, but that hangs the f3 pawn. Oh, he's relying on some tricks there to hit the central pawn for white, but this trick does not work. Surely the white rook can also come up to d7.
It can also go rook takes f3 as well. And Magnus watching the excitement from afar.
You know, while I can't help calling Vincent Vincent the way I do, I love how chat has gone on that bandwagon and saying, let's go Vincent. Can't say win without Vincent.
Exactly. It's not Drawcent or Lucent today. It's not Armageddon-cent, who's unfortunately made too many appearances this tournament. But classical chess, he is fantastic. Breakout year, and he'll be gaining rating points if he wins this. Thank you to the arbiter for blocking the camera in the meantime. But
That was
yeah.
Wesley.
Oh, it was Wesley.
Yes.
It was Wesley, not the arbiter.
Not the arbiter.
I apologize now, David. How?
I'm so used to it being the arbiters, and wow, control from Vincent Cummage. King f2, saying to black that you are totally frozen. Yeah, Armageddon will come next, ladies and gentlemen. First, it's the grand finale of this game, g5. I'm surprised Vincent didn't go for the kill immediately. Why did he not take on f3? That would have been game over pretty much on the spot.
Probably did not want to lose control of that e5 pawn, keeping everything under control, but something's got to give when you have to cash in. And right now, Vincent down to 15 seconds as well.
Oh, now is the moment when the
Shaky Vincent.
panic sets in. Look, 10 seconds. And what is Vincent going to play? He drops the queen back. Big threat of queen h7 check.
Checkmate into queen h7, queen g8, game over.
But now the knight, you can capture it, and the king goes up so it doesn't walk into a check. There's no rook takes pawn check, and now white only has one move to keep the advantage. Queen g3, that is extremely difficult. This one is suddenly turning. If he takes this pawn with a rook, knight h6, and the black knight's getting in. This could be a total turnaround. For Rouge working some magic. Vincent doesn't find it, goes behind with his queen. But there's no threat. There's no threat. A queen check and black will just take the pawn with his king. The knight now holding everything together.
Wow. And suddenly you have to worry about the black kingside pawns that are advancing up the board.
Queen e4, black's knight about to jump into the game by h6 as well to stop any queen g8 check ideas. Knight h6, knight g4 in the air. Look at the clocks. Made that move with 3 seconds remaining.
Great move though. And now Vincent's on the back foot. Watch out. Some attacks are incoming. Rook takes pawn, I think, is the most natural move here. He will play it, defending everything, but the black knight is going to be a real stronghold on the f5 square.
And Alireza Firouzja's right back into it with 6 seconds on the clock. He jumps in, gives a check. The white king can move forward, hit the knight. Oh, the queen and the knight combining. That's never an easy space to breathe for the white king.
Not an easy space at all, but also Alireza cannot forget about the safety of his own king. He reaches for taking that pawn. Everything's under control. The queen on c6 will be able to hold everything together.
G4, huge threat on the board. You got to unpin yourself.
When e5, he hits the knight. It is actually possible to play the move g4 right now. Apparently that forces a draw, but he doesn't want to give up his knight with check, of course. Now knight to h5. Apparently a mistake, question mark. Vincent has to get his king out of there, gets it off the pin. Now liberating his rook again, and the black knight's misplaced.
This is a game for all 3 results right now. Alireza sensing to get ambitious over there with that knight jump, but will it come back to bite him? Queen d7, the only way to stay in the game. Look for those queen checks, Alireza.
Only move. Oh, he's so good under time pressure. Alireza with 1 minute is like most top GMs with 2 hours on their clock.
It feels like he's the opposite end of Gukesh, always relying on his intuition, finding the best moves when he's got no time to calculate.
Well, he's got no time and he has to find the only move. The correct step with the king is to go backwards.
Do not get yourself
4
into the
seconds.
H line, but he doesn't. He goes the wrong way, and now rook to h3 would solve all of Vincent Kaima's problem. He reaches out for it. He goes the other way.
Yeah, very logical there. Vincent didn't want to allow any checks. He could have allowed checks and lived to tell the tale there, but the trouble continues. The downside now for white is that the black knight, you can pre-move it. it's coming to f4. No matter what white plays, the black knight is off the edge of the board. Back in the action. Game on.
Yeah.
We saw Magnus Carlsen there also enjoying the drama unfold in this position. Once again, the bar might be level, but the position is anything but equal. The knight jumps in, the rook needs to be defended. The g-pawn ready to go up the board as well. I think Alireza's got to be feeling right now that this could be my win.
Yeah, I mean, Vincent, we've seen the Armageddon. The way he's handled the clock, when he gets nervous, when the time is down, he starts to make mistakes. Now going up with his rook, threatening a nasty check from behind. That has to be guarded. Black should, for example, there we go, hit the rook, defend the check, and the queen's coming in.
Finally, onto the other side of the board to give some big checks to the white king. And look at that, Vincent goes on to the defense. The black queen about to step up. Step up the game. Queen to c3 is the move.
Wow. And you see the evaluation bar. Oh, it's inching in favor of Alireza. Alireza finds it, setting up a pin.
He's a monster right now. An absolute beast is Alireza Firouzja, finding the best moves one after another.
And look how he's coordinated the pieces. The knight on f4 protects everything. A check there. Vincent's just panicking. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
Alireza wants more. He doesn't even go back to 8-6. He's not playing for repetition right now.
He will jump into the lead. Unless Wesley, actually, he's definitely going to jump into the lead. If he wins this game, Alireza Firouzja, what a turnaround. The last two moves are the first time the whole game that black has been better.
And Vincent needs to bail out, find a way to gain control back. He's on the back foot now. Alireza Firouzja, intense shift of gears there. He's going for the win and he knows it.
You can just take all the pawns. Take the pawns. There's no checks on the black king. The knight is way stronger than the rook right now. Start capturing.
All of them one by one. Pick up b3, pick up a4.
And he's taking his time. He's just quickly calculating what move to play. Look, he's in killer mode.
Oh.
Queen takes b3, check.
He almost felt like, why have I not taken this 20 seconds ago? Is what he said to himself. Picks that up. The white king feeling the pressure. Queen comes back to assist.
Ooh, big mistake. Apparently forfeiting the center allows black to switch focus to the other side of the board. The g-pawn's actually a winner. The g-pawn might be the clincher in this game, a future queen. White's piece is offside. Vincent's going to prioritize king safety, but it's not enough. The clock ticking. 2 seconds as he trades the queens.
But he's got the same plan. He's going to go running with the g-pawn.
Bit shocking decision for Alireza there. Vincent Keimer's king was under so much pressure.
Yeah, he had the safer king. Why trade queens? Also, he could have given a check, driven the white king further away, and then traded queens.
But this is an only move. He has to defend against the g-pawn advancing. If Vincent does not find rook to c3, he's going to be losing.
Only move. He has to bring his rook up and swing it behind because there are actually a ton of forks. No matter where you go, you get forked unless you find rook c3, which he does. Vincent Keimer is still clinging on by his nails.
Oh my goodness, the black king now moves forward. If anyone's winning this, it is Alireza with that knight and the pawn on g2, but Vincent Keimer surviving.
Wow, look at the intrigue there in the playing hall, the intensity of it. Magnus, Wesley, all watching this. They don't even want to start their Armageddon.
They've just refused to get on with it.
All
Not
action
until this
here.
one's over.
Could this turn again, though? Like, white's rook, if it's able to get round and pick off some pawns. Black's so active for now, though.
King e4, push that pawn to e5, start marching your king to the left side of the board, start picking up the pawns on c4 and a4, e5, king d3 is what Alireza Firouzja is setting up.
Yeah.
Push that pawn, consolidate the knight, king d3 coming in.
King f2 absolutely necessary in order to allow the white rook to get active.
There we go, it does get active. It's going round to pick off some pawns. And only move yet again for white. And this one's difficult. Pushing the king, it's so natural to go with the rook. And big mistake though, now black has a free hand to push forward with his other pawn. 2 passed pawns. It's too many.
White rook will have no time to pick up the pawn on a5 as the pawns will start rolling down the board. Nothing to stop them. And he is so incredibly accurate as Alireza Firouzja.
Ever since he dropped down to 1 minute, Alireza's played almost a perfect game. Both defense, the switch up, the turnaround, and Vincent realizes too late that he's in big trouble. No way to stop the pawns now.
And you can start giving some checks, but Alireza is also ready to pick up the pawns. And look at that, Alireza locked in, leaning in now.
5 seconds.
He knows it. He knows that he's got the win in his hands.
Vincent can't believe how quickly this has all turned.
Stopping e3 right now, which was a big threat on the board.
King can come back, the king can hide. Where is the winning plan though? If white continues checking from behind. Still not easy.
Alireza has to combine the C, E and the G pawns, all to move them forward. And the one lone rook will not be enough to safeguard all the queening squares. But Alireza is feeling the nerves. But he's got those extra seconds now to work this out.
He does. First step, he has to defend the e-pawn that is under attack.
He's trying to calculate till checkmate, is what Firouzja is doing. Reaching for the king, he's going to move it closer to the pawn. Vincent ready with the check. Will the king go forward?
Yeah. And just to confirm for everyone at home, here we see Magnus Carlsen watching the action. Technically, he should have started 4 or 5 minutes ago, his Armageddon, but he doesn't want that. He is just a pure fan right now, enjoying what we're seeing in front of us this game.
And Wesley will not be complaining. This match so incredibly important for our standings right now, as Alireza in the last 2 moves has slightly improved the placement of his king. But how does he hide against the threats on the e-pawn and the black king?
5 seconds, and he has to take a decision.
3
Either
seconds.
repeat the position.
Will he take it to Armageddon because of the clock pressure?
He's got to be careful not to repeat the position now. He blocks with his knight, but it's back to a draw. He gave up his most valuable pawn. He should have walked the king the other way, banked everything on the c-pawn. But now white is again within drawing territory.
This is an absolute roller coaster that doesn't stop going up and down.
दोस्तों, जनगणना में आप जो भी जानकारी देते हैं, उसके आधार पर आपका नाम किसी भी सरकारी योजना की लिस्ट में जोड़ा या हटाया जा सकता है। सोच समझकर जवाब दीजिए। रुकिए, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। आइए सच जानते हैं। जनगणना में दी गई जानकारी का इस्तेमाल आपको किसी भी सरकारी योजना में जोड़ने या हटाने के लिए नहीं किया जाएगा। आपकी जानकारी सिर्फ जनसंख्या के आंकड़ों के लिए है। ऐसी अफवाहों से दूर रहिए और जनगणना में जरूर हिस्सा लीजिए।
हमारी जनगणना, हमारा विकास।
Give up your a-pawn.
If you don't give a check, black's going c2 next move as well. A process of elimination for Vincent Keimer. He can't attack the knight at the center of the board. c2 would win the game. Keimer getting ready, and he does. Stays in the game.
Yeah.
He had to. Now the black knight either has to give up the e3 pawn by blocking, or the black king steps in front of its pawn or walks away from its pawn when the white king can start approaching. This is so close now to a draw, but will there be any more only move scenarios for Vincent Keimer here? That's the big question. Alireza just needs to test him, set one last trap.
So much drama in this game. Unbelievable scenes here in the penultimate round of Norway Chess. Magnus and Wesley looking on. High stakes game right in front of them being played out right now.
Wesley's begging Vincent to to hold this one for the standings. Here we go, the white king steps forward. Now the black knight is overworked.
And this was the whole point of enticing the e-pawn to step forward. Now the king can get into the defense.
Oh, and 3 seconds for Wesley. He
E2.
makes a move. E2. You've got to take that pawn. King takes pawn. Alireza really making this tricky. Why is Vincent thinking, take that pawn?
Black's going to create an umbrella for his king. He's going to put the knight here on b4, then use his king to come in. So it still looks scary, but just take it. You have to take it. Why not? It's just too strong, that pawn. There is another move. Apparently coming back with a rook was also fine, but this is the most natural.
And now the rook lines up. The white king about to march over to the c-pawn. The rook ready to give itself up for the a-pawn if that is needed. Tying down the black king there. Can't step up with the king if you're Alireza Firouzja. And the white king ready to march closer towards the pawn. Vincent knows he's got the draw here. Alireza there with a shake of his hand and a shake of his head.
Wow, this is still the classical game, everyone. This is not Armageddon yet. We'll see these two in action again, most likely. I think a draw is just a fair result here. Vincent winning for most of the game, the turnaround. And it is a draw, ultimately. What a roller coaster. Both players with smiles on their faces after that titanic, epic battle.
And there's got to be relief and joy for both of them for putting out this masterpiece of a game right now as we listen in.
the arbiter stepping in there to get the players to sign the score sheets. I think they've forgotten about everything other than that endgame. In the meantime, we move on to more action. Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. I can't believe that this is just the sideshow to what we just witnessed.
We were talking about the relief and joy for Vincent and Alireza after that insane fight. I think there was some relief on Wesley So, seeing that go down to the Armageddon with Alireza not converting it. And now he's got to do it against the world #1 to keep his lead.
Yeah, he absolutely is in a must-win situation if he wants to walk away with 1.5 points. That 1.5 points could make a difference between finishing first, finishing second, and, well, we have Taimanov? No, it's not Taimanov, it's a
Khan,
Sicilian on the board. Knight takes knight.
Yeah, it's like a hybrid. I agree, Jovanka. A6 came first and then knight c6, so a mix between the Khan and Taimanov. And white slightly ahead in development, but the pawn structure looking quite symmetrical already at this early stage. Magnus has switched it up. No more Najdorf, which he's had mixed results with over the last few weeks.
And mixed feelings about, probably because of those results. Now he moves the pawn one more time to open up his own bishop, taking control of some dark squares. There is Magnus Carlsen. For Wesley So, he has to keep the pressure on the clock right now, but definitely a sense of relief after seeing Alireza not win that endgame.
Yeah, Wesley will be in the lead no matter what. If he loses this, he'll be in the joint lead. But yeah, if he wins this, sole lead heading into the last round. Half a point never felt so important, never tasted so sweet. Wesley here does have to create something though, and he has to do that quick. His knight hitting a pawn. Don't take this pawn. Big trap. Many of us, including myself, have fallen into this in our lifetimes. A black queen would come out with a check, and that knight in the center on e5 would have fallen. I remember allowing that when I was a kid. Never again. Queen h5 though, very interesting. Wesley doubling up on this pawn, which is difficult to defend.
It is very difficult to defend. How to do that? I mean, if you go bishop takes knight, you can go bishop takes bishop, but there's going to be this old scholar's mate on the board, and that's going to be some unpleasant pressure.
And also the long-term advantage of a bishop pair. That's not a happy decision if you're Magnus Carlsen, if you need to give up the knight. But Wesley putting early pressure right now, forcing Magnus into a thing. Queen h5 takes Magnus by surprise.
It does indeed. And does he just gambit this pawn, prioritize development? Does he try to defend it by using his bishop here? It's not easy, this choice for Magnus Carlsen. He's burnt a lot of time now. Around a minute, that is priceless. A minute in Armageddon. He needs to move, he needs to speed up.
Well, he could be thinking about a check on b4 right now, Magnus Carlsen. A c3 not possible because of the bishop on d3 being loose right now. You don't want to sidestep with your king, lose rights to castle. Well, Magnus doesn't look comfortable with the choices he has. He's getting ready to make his move. He does, in fact, give up the bishop pair.
Okay, and then covers both pawns, f7 and e5 with queen to e7. But the problem is how is he going to get developed now? Now, white is going to be super quick to start developing the pieces. Got to be careful though, because there is queen to b4 in the air.
Yeah, white should get castled sooner or later, or stop the check, defend the bishop. Yeah, I'm surprised Magnus didn't allow scholar's mate. That would have that would have been a turn up for the books. But no, Magnus defending, and yeah, I think his next move, he plans to play g6, kick the queen away, and then if given the opportunity, he wants to get rid of white's bishop pair by playing the move bishop to h6, trade off the dark squared bishops, and white will be so far ahead in development that I'm skeptical, but at least then Magnus long-term would be okay. Wesley now needs something quick, dynamic, to try and take advantage of Magnus's weird mode of development here.
Wesley is indeed the armor overlord. He's had so many of his wins there. The first half of the tournament, drawing the classical, raking up the points, taking it to Armageddon, and currently leading after a big swing in round 5 that saw the fortunes turn for Alireza and Wesley. Keeping the lead since then is Wesley So. Fighting for it, he does go back with his queen, defends the bishop on c4 against the double attack ideas.
Nice move, actually, because perhaps this is unexpected for Magnus. Maybe Magnus was planning for bishop d2. And in the Armageddon, with the time deficit, this is critical. g6.
g6, he wants to trade off the dark square bishops with bishop h6. But more importantly, trivia question for everyone at home. How many water bottles are on the table right now? We don't see them in camera. Have you been keeping an eye on the game? We're testing you right now. Let us know your answers.
Ooh, I love that chair. Is that Wesley's signature on that chair?
Yes.
Need to have those for a giveaway. Would love one of those.
I do think all of the players have their designated chairs throughout the tournament.
So
So the
nice.
arbiters, the main heavy lifting is moving those chairs before each round.
Wow.
Decision time for Wesley. He goes h4.
Trying to trade off the dark squad bishops here, neutralizing the bishop pair that Wesley has.
Okay.
Is Magnus going to go long side castle or short side castle?
Well,
Is the
Wesley's
big
going to get
question.
there first. He's going to castle queenside and say to Magnus, where are you going with your king?
You won't have an option to go left flank then. That would be illegal. He does it. Jovanka, your idea on the board, ready for that h5 strike if Magnus goes the other way around.
This is tough for Magnus now. Does he try to challenge rooks? Try to take the d-file. He brings his knight all the way home. What a move. Magnus is forgetting all about the opening rules in this game. He's forgetting all about the concept of tempo. He's lost time with his bishop, with his knight, and he's getting attacked from all angles right now.
It's 15 moves in, and only Magnus's queen has been developed so far. After everything that's happened, he does get the knight out, but Wesley takes in g6 with no pawn. Oh, he actually goes Alpha 0-esque on the position. He goes wait, did he take or did he push?
There was a capture at the live board. There has been a glitch, so I'll put the moves there. We didn't see an en passant. We didn't see black bypassing. Currently, white has a semi-open h-file to stare down at. But if black gets two more moves, if black gets king f8, king g7, there's a nice little sanctuary for the king. A nice little haven for it to hide on. I think long-term black is doing great. If rooks come off the board, if queens come off the board, the white bishop isn't that great. No targets, it's hitting thin air. But if he can launch an attack before black is ready, then Wesley gets the advantage and might win this Armageddon.
And the clocks have started leveling out, Yovi, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you, David, for highlighting Magnus's plan, because that tells us exactly what Wesley needs to be doing. Queen e3, followed by queen to h6 check, saying no home for you.
He starts with g3 instead, also eyeing another approach of getting f4 in, pushing those central pawns right now. I just want to highlight that now the clock deficit is a little bit more than a minute, so Magnus making headway there as well.
He doesn't play the blue arrow move that did appear. Black there did, just for 1 second, have enough time to castle. He could have blocked the d-file. He can't castle through check, so blocking the d-file and then getting his king to safety on c8 would have solved all of his problems. Defending his rooks, connecting his rooks. He's trying to get those rooks off right now. Wesley maybe should have been using his queen. He's attacking with pawns, but the white queen's still passive. And is Magnus escaping? That's the big question.
The only way to escape is to get that rook into the game. Magnus going for the plan. King f8, king g7, bring that rook to the central file. Magnus Carlsen only needs a draw to take this Armageddon.
He's getting close. If he gets his king to g7 and challenges rooks, queen and knight works so well against queen and bishop. He's going to blockade on the dark squares. He's going to be out of danger. So Wesley has a tiny window of opportunity here.
He's never going to allow rook to d8. He will double up with the queen and the rook and claim the d-file to be his own. Wesley So.
And Wesley in a must-win situation, so he can't play cautiously here. And look at the clock times. They're leveling out.
He said, I'm not going to play cautiously. Yovi, f5, g4, g5 coming up next as well. You could also just take a moment to stop the idea of rook to d8. I want those rooks on the board. He's going all out on the king side instead. g4, g5, f6.
There's no way Magnus ever allows that pawn to step forward and conquer the dark squares. Magnus now has two moves, essentially. He has to block, totally fix the pawn structure, or he has to stop the advance. h6, g5, like rook to d8. I don't know if it's possible, but I don't think he wants to see it, that's for sure. h6 or g5 feel like the two. Has to be one of those.
And I suspect that g5 will be the move that Magnus plays, because it will keep in the back of the pocket the idea of, in an endgame, going h5, creating an outside pass pawn.
Absolutely. And he might anyway be forced to play h6. He does start with h6, in fact. Keeps that g-pawn tension alive. But giving Wesley some additional options now of grabbing that g6 pawn.
I'm shocked. Like g5 looked like such a good way to kind of bank it long term, fix the structure. Surely again, this opportunity, now it's available to Magnus. It's this or a rook trade. Rook trade, though, is possible. Wesley, just for everyone at home, should have been taking this pawn, according to the computer, to open up a new avenue for the white rook. But now the attack is fizzling out. Magnus is getting closer.
He's not going to trade the rooks. Rook d8 put. Wesley has to decline this. Hide away on that h line. Start targeting the h6 pawn if you're Wesley So. Trading rooks will only solve Magnus Carlsen's problems here.
Oh, and a big mistake from Magnus Carlsen. Look at that eval bar. He should have been going back with his rook. He wants to plant a knight onto the g5 square or the queen. Very logical, but Wesley there He plays a fine move at some point in the near future. Queen h2 is going to hit this pawn and hit the central pawn. There's two undefended pawns right now. Magnus in big trouble.
Ooh, this is starting to look very ugly for Magnus with all the pawn weaknesses. He's relying on the queen stepping over to f6 to keep both those pawns intact if queen h2 was to happen.
Queen h2 is happening on our board. Of course, Magnus steps the queen up to defend. But now, I guess, you can take a safety first move on the king, on the queen side, in order to get the king some home. And it does it. a3, c3.
Taking control of any activity with the rook stepping onto the d4 square. Knight f8 hits the bishop. Wesley says, I'm playing for the win. No trades for you, Magnus.
And Magnus better believe in fortresses now, because that's exactly what he's trying to set up. He's blockaded the dark squares. The black knight is pretty silly right now. It has to guard the white bishop coming back into that nice outpost on e6. But where is Wesley's way forward? Where does he make progress?
It's the principle of two weaknesses. Everything's been maximized on the right flank, and now he's going for the left side. The queen rerouting itself to enter from a7. Watch out, Magnus Carlsen.
That would win a pawn. The white queen swooping in. Magnus too slow to cover that square. The black knight would love to be anywhere else right now, but not easy to hold that. No. I think his last move, pushing forward to a5, played on general principles, might have just created a second target that Wesley needed.
And the realization is dawning on Magnus right now, that suddenly there are new problems on the board to take care of. Just when you thought you had everything under control.
He needed the black knight on f6. His big mistake earlier, Magnus, was moving his knight off that blockading square. Queens are the worst blockader. The black queen is not well placed. Knights are the best blockader. And he will want to rearrange his pieces somehow, even if it comes at the cost of a pawn. Magnus isn't out of this yet.
Wesley's taken down Magnus once in the classical in Norway Chess in the earlier encounter, looking to do it again, this time in the Armageddon. The queen comes in, one of the pawns about to fall, and the b7 one is a big pawn.
Yeah, you don't want to be letting go of that pawn, as Wesley now takes full control. He's gonna win material. Queen to d8. Well, this allows queen takes b7.
a5 was the only one that you could keep protected right now. Wesley about to step it up, take that pawn, and finally a tangible advantage. An extra pawn for Wesley So.
But Magnus's idea is to trade off queens. He reckons that if he gets them off, the danger has passed and he can hold that one.
He's got to try. What else? Just worth noting for everyone at home, the b pawn couldn't have saved itself and moved because of the pin along the 7th rank earlier. Bishop to e6 would have been a clincher, removing the knight. So now that is a threat, bishop into e6. Any rook endgame, if the queens come off, winning. Black has to keep the knight on the board. He does try and trade queens. Wesley pushes forward, f6 check. Deflection, brilliant move from Wesley. If the pawn had been captured, something would have fallen. The white rook would have landed a check, or the black knight would have dropped off the board. You couldn't have taken on f6. Magnus surviving, but barely.
But what's the follow-up? Do you go into an endgame now, or has Wesley set up some deadly ideas against the black king? Is he going to go in with the queen to see it, sacrificing a bishop, but going for the...
He goes for the kill.
But if you come at the king, you best not miss it. You're about to give up the bishop on b3. Is that checkmate?
There is checkmate. Queen into e8 check. If the black queen swoops back to defend, white will have rook takes h6 at the end of the variation, deflecting the black king away from its queen. And otherwise it would end in a mating attack. Magnus now only move to avoid checkmate is to go back with his queen. He doesn't go back. It's forced mate within a few moves. We see the eval bar go completely white right now.
For the second time in a row, Magnus Carlsen about to be checkmated on the board.
Queen swoops over, setting up a checkmate threat on rook h6, and it's a win for Wesley. What a game.
What an Armageddon by Wesley, keeping his lead going into the last round, and for his second time.
Parakeet AI is an AI online call assistant that gives you the answer to every question on your online call, such as, what is your biggest weakness? Click AI Help and Parakeet AI will provide an answer based on your resume and customize it for the position and the company that you're applying for. Our app can also analyze your screen and provide solutions to any coding problems that you may get during your meeting. And the best thing about it is that it remains invisible to everyone else, so you can comfortably see all the answers while sharing your screen on your online meeting. This is our brand new desktop app. It's available both on macOS and Windows, and it is the best way to use Parakeet AI. But you can also use Parakeet AI right inside your web browser without having to download our app, or even on your mobile phone by placing it in front of your computer display. Try Parakeet AI for free today.
No matter how the tournament is going. So yeah, that's something that I always that's always inspiring from him. Yeah, I was kind of surprised in the opening, but I think I played a good game. I calculated well, and I got a winning position. Like I was going too creative at some point, I think.
Congratulations on winning this Indian battle, Prag.
Thank you.
Hey Divya, it's a tough game again today. How would you summarize it?
I don't know actually. I thought the exchange sacrifice was quite interesting, and I don't know the evaluation, but yeah, I definitely misplayed the endgame quite a bit. I think Queen D1 was very bad, and after that, I think practically it's quite hard for white.
Thank you so much for stopping.
Okay, thank you.
We are back with the ultimate high stakes. It's Armageddon between Vincent Keimer playing white in a must-win situation against Alireza Firouzja, who is playing for every half point as he fights for that really important all-way tie for first place. And we're seeing Alireza with black. He's gone for taking the center with the pawns, and we see Vincent. He's gone back to old familiar territory.
Yeah, started as a reti. It's kind of a King's Indian attack now for white with the fianchetto and Vincent about to strike in the center. But then we might see an exchange of pawns, and that would lead to a relatively solid symmetrical looking position for Alireza. So I think he should take, rather than block it up and force a long game when he's down on time, especially when a draw is enough.
And it's not just going to stop on the pawn trade, right? You're potentially looking at going into an early endgame. If you're Alireza Firouzja, he's doing just that. Now does he trade on white's terms, which would give Vincent Keimer access to the open D-line? He's going to develop his bishop instead. Say, take my queen so I can complete development with recapturing it with the rook. And if not, knight d4 in the air.
Yeah, I'm surprised Vincent went for this move order. As far as I know, you're supposed to start a little different a couple of moves back, especially if you want to avoid this whole idea of getting pinned. And very awkward for white. There's no good way to dodge the queen trade. And if you do it on black's terms, then black gets the extra tempo, rook in the center, looking nice.
Looking very nice for both sides. And now it's all about how to react to this particular pin, how to handle that trade of queens, jump in with a knight.
Lots of options. Long think now for Vincent Keimer, though. Almost 1 minute.
And it's not an easy decision, right? If you're in a must-win seat right now, which is Vincent Keimer's seat, you don't want to go into an endgame. You don't want to capture the queen. But if not any other move, Alireza's ready to jump in with the knight to d4. How are you surviving both these threats and saying that I'm fighting for an advantage here? I don't see it. You go queen e1, black can even just take on f3, put that knight on d4, even plant the knight immediately on d4. c2 tender.
Yeah, and it's not very easy as well because of, as you mentioned, this control of the d4 square. And Vincent really taking his time to work it out. I mean, trading off the queens is unattractive. You don't want to be doing that in a must-win situation. So I guess you just have to grit your teeth and...
You have to do something, though.
Yes.
He spent over a minute and a half now and counting. Vincent, for everyone at home, just a reminder, he's lost 7 Armageddons in a row in this tournament. This is number 8. Will it be lucky number 8, Tanya? We were talking about how actually Zhu Wenjun, Vincent Keimer, they were mimicking each other's results. That has finally changed, but Zhu Wenjun did get her first win in the Armageddon earlier today. What do we think? Is it Vincent's time, or is the trend continuing?
Well, the position says one thing, right? Very likely that the trend continues because it looks like he's just burnt most of his time advantage right now and not yet figured a way to solve his problems yet. To win this position, not going to be an easy task. Vincent Keimer's lost 100% of the Armageddons that he's played in this tournament so far. He wants to change that narrative. He says, I will trade, but on my terms. The bishop comes out. Is Alireza going to jump with the knight forward? He says, I don't want to trade. I'm coming in with my bishop to h3. Get rid of that fianchetto bishop. Looking at knight jumps later on.
Yeah, it's a really practical move as well because it's indicating to Vincent that black is going to be castling kingside, maybe posting up a rook on the d-line, start attacking the queen, and he's not going to be rushing with the possibility of jumping in with a knight to d4.
Yeah, and not only playing bishop h3, but mainly stopping white from playing h3. This is almost an unbreakable pin now. How to relieve the pressure that this bishop is exerting. Very nice move. And Alireza using Vincent's time there really nicely. Vincent spent 2 minutes. Alireza reacted in a couple of seconds. And look at this. The clock advantage is pretty much gone, and it's only move 9. Vincent needs to win, but he needs to just move quickly at this point. Otherwise, he has no chance.
Long think, wrong think. Vincent Keimer taking more than 2 minutes to find that bishop move. And then again, another tank moment right now for him. It just feels like he hasn't found the right plan, the right opening setups required with white here to try to get winning chances, or at least a game even. Alireza Firouzja very comfortable on the board and the clock. In fact, he takes over.
He takes over on the clock, but for Vincent, perhaps it's much more difficult for him to shake off the ghost from the previous game. Because there, if he'd won in Classical, he would be fighting in tomorrow's race for first place. As it is, he is out of that, and maybe he's just coming to the kind of conclusion that actually this hasn't been an event that's worked for him.
And while for Kaymer, the classical, he did hold the advantage for most of the game. It was Alireza Firouzja who was pushing for the win at the end of it. And I have a theory that the player who's playing for the win, closer to when the match finishes, when the game ends, is the one who's sadder of the two. And the one who's trying to survive at the end of the game has to be feeling the relief more.
Yes. But for Alireza, a win would have meant he was in first place. But a draw still very much keeps him in the running for tomorrow.
And fate in his own hands, as he's going to be facing tournament leader. Magnus Carlsen went down to Wesley So, but Wesley, his path to championship is test by fire tomorrow, taking on Firouzja.
Yeah, that being said, I don't think his fate's in his own hands yet, because Pragg has white. Pragg will be ahead of Alireza no matter what. And he will face none other than Vincent Kaymer. These two are going to have a huge role in the destination of the Norway Chess title. They don't focus on tomorrow yet, of course. They should focus on here and now, but at least Vincent's got Alireza thinking for the first real time. The bishop forced back to an awkward square. Now the pin doubling down on that knight. Knight jumps into d4. Alireza, is he just going to trade everything off now? Keeps his knight for the foreseeable future in the center.
But you absolutely cannot castle unless you block that diagonal. So Alireza first pushes his c-pawn, killing that bishop on a3 and saying, I'm getting my king to safety next. And the rook on the d-line, lining up against the white queen.
This is committal, though. He's given up all of the light squares to do this, Alireza. So if he can survive the next few moves, then Vincent Kaymer could get a positional advantage. He'll need to do something about his a3 bishop, which looks silly. But at least he has some hope long-term. Some really nice light squares for his pieces.
Yeah. He might have nice squares for his pieces, but he does have the ability to... Alireza does have the ability to castle, and also he'll be thinking about the good chances he'll have if he manages to trade off queens. That's a good endgame.
And he denied queen trades, Alireza did voluntarily a few moves ago, looking to get ambitious. But I wonder if he's regretting that decision right now. Objectively, though, still black is doing well in this position with that beautiful knight planted at the center of the board. It's almost a V. It's a connect 4 on both sides of the board because of that knight on d4.
Exactly. Just draw some arrows here to show how strong that is. The white knight apparently should have been going forward to b5. There would have been some tactical issues there, actually, for Alireza Firouzja. But Vincent tries to trade off knights in a different direction. A bit more time-consuming because he had to drop his bishop back. There were threats like pawn to c4 to really annoy the white queen there. But now pawn to c4 would only help the white dark-squared bishop come back to life. So Alireza shuts the door, brings his rook across. And, okay, blue arrow appeared for a second there. Vincent had to trade knights. But now Alireza's got so many tempting options. Takes with the rook.
Keeps the bishop locked out. Queen steps back. And now he's just taking control over the d-line.
Coming in with a threat as well. Rook d2. And the other rook about to triple down on that d-file with total control.
Total control. And white's bishop on a3 just so silly right now. And the light squares I was talking about, the holes in black's position, there are no knights to jump into those holes. So not an issue at all. Alireza, he's in charge on the board, on the clock. A draw is enough. Vincent needs magic now.
Yeah, you asked that question. Will Vincent continue to mirror Zhu Wenjun? Zhu Wenjun getting her first classical, her first Armageddon win even today. David, I think we're getting closer to that answer. And I don't think Kaymer holds the key to it.
The unlucky 8. Could this be his 8th Armageddon defeat out of 9 rounds? And yeah, he did win one classical game, but 0% in the Armageddon. The bishop at least coming back now.
But rook d2, it would hit the queen and the pawn. The only way to survive that would be to put the queen on c4. And it doesn't look very stable there. You know, I defend c5, I'm pushing b5 next.
Yeah, I also think that the queen doesn't have too many squares out there on c4. I can see a future where it gets attacked by a knight or a pawn, as you're indicating. The rook comes in, queen c4 and b5 immediately.
Oh my gosh, Vincent Kaymer's blundered a piece. Queen takes on c5. He gets skewered by the bishop on f8. And he has to go for this. If he went back, there was a fork with pawn to b4.
He missed it. He completely missed this idea. He thought Alireza will have to defend the c5 pawn before threatening the b pawn from moving forward, but Alireza tactically incredibly sharp and aware. But he's paused now. Bishop f8, he's analyzing what happens after queen takes pawn. The knight jumps to g4, hits the queen.
Yeah, the queen can go back to b2 to defend her bishop, but at the very end of the line, the b4 will shut in that piece, win that piece. It's a short 3-4 move calculation. Firouzja has a bunch of time, 3.5 minutes still to work it out. He has worked it out. He played A, he played b5. He's going to say B and skewer the white queen to her bishop.
But the fact that he slowed down, I wonder if he did not calculate it till the end, missed the idea of the queen retreating to b2, defending the bishop, but he's got to find b4 now. He needs to speed up. All right, step 1. Vincent takes the pawn. Step 2. Queen will fall back. b4, bishop over.
The bishop is gone. Vincent leaning back. What a tough time Vincent's had here in Oslo. He's going to lose material here. The bar is totally black, showing there's no hope. He will have a few pawns, though. So can he play on? Can he find some tricks to make this complicated?
He needs to go into hustle mode and start playing quickly and actively. Queen has to move. Queen to g5 makes perfect sense. Just be within touching distance of a knight. Don't burn up the time.
Burning most of it, though. 2 minutes 40 left for Vincent Keimer. He's just moved 21, nowhere near getting that 1 second increment.
And at this point, you just have to hate the idea of playing Armageddons right now if you're Vincent Keimer. Just everything that's happened in Norway Chess so far and how this game goes on to be played out.
If there hadn't been Armageddon, Vincent would be undefeated with a +1 score. Everything is great. But because of the Armageddon, he's not been able to just collect those points.
Not just the Armageddon, even in the classical, he's had chances. He was winning against Magnus Carlsen in the first half. He was winning this encounter earlier today in the classical. He could have had +3, +4 in the classical, but chances have disappeared. And here we go. He's dropping a bishop. Bishop takes a3. Free piece for Alireza. He's going to try and bank something on pinning the black knight, but there should be ways for black to escape from that. We'll find out.
Here it comes. Bishop is going to step to h3, set up that pin. It can be bolstered by an h5, and unfortunately is way too loosening to even think about attacking that knight with the pawn.
Instead, he goes with the idea of pushing his own pawn, opening up the bishop, targeting the black rook at the edge of the board. You don't have time to triple down on that pin with the idea you were saying, Yobi, with f3. Too many checks, too many pieces lining up against the white king. So Vincent stopping that is now desperate. I don't think it was part of the plan to sacrifice the bishop. That was a blunder by Vincent Keimer.
100%, and not his first early in an Armageddon. Also lost with white very quickly against Prague last week. e5, yeah, the rook can choose where it wants to go. Alireza maybe thinking of flicking in some hits on the white queen. You can hit it with the pawn, you can hit it with the bishop. Lots and lots of moves, all winning. 2 minutes. He should keep his time advantage, though. Despite how strong he is in time pressure, Alireza, he will not want to cut it too close in this game.
No, because even when the players get to move 40, they only still get a 1 second increment, which is next to nothing. And e6 in the air, bishop takes rook in the air for Alireza, needs to find a way to deal with both of them. The most natural move for me is just simply to triple up on the d-line and then just let the game continue.
Actually, any other square with the rook would be a big blunder. Any other square would allow e6, so he has to hit the queen first. e6 would have separated the black queen from either her knight or her rook. That was a secondary threat behind Vincent Keimer's last move. And he leaves the rook hanging Alireza because now the white queen will have to fall back to a different square. And yeah, the best way to connect the pieces is to triple up, relieve the queen of her duties defending that rook.
And it's also the most natural move in the position. Just go rook to d8 and stop that pawn from moving forward. Vincent Keimer's been on the wrong side of all the miniature Armageddons that we've seen at Norway Chess, having a 22-move loss against Pragnananda, having a 16-move loss against Gukesh. And right now as well with the white pieces, under 30 moves, black completely commanding advantage here. Now block that, put your queen in front of that pawn, never allow that pawn to move forward, queen to e6.
Yeah, big threat for white to push that pawn. And the black knight would then be loose at the end of the line. But yeah, there's many ways to do it. You can I don't know, use your rook to hit the queen. You can block.
Queen f5.
Defend your knight. Queen f5 trade. Why not? Piece up. Only 2 pawns. Alireza grimacing there because it might not be as easy as he hoped. But under 1 minute, surely he doesn't get nervous here. He didn't get nervous earlier when he was dead lost. Now he's totally winning.
Yeah, he's got that shake of his head in a completely winning position where it almost looks like white has got no compensation at all. Yes, you've got 2 pawns, but that can't be enough. If you're Alireza, a draw is good enough as well. You're never worried about ideas like bishop h3, f3. Too many checks on the dark squares if f3 was to happen. He's coming back with the rook. He hits the white queen. e6 played. A span in the works.
Ooh, if you take the queen now, you might be in big trouble. The white pawn would have ended up on d7. The nasty check incoming, so he removes the pawn, still defending his knight. Vincent blocks. The pawn hits the queen, forcing the white queen away. That was a great move there from Alireza, who has calculated everything so far, defends his knight as well, indirectly, and forcing Vincent back.
Vincent has a lead on the clock, which could give him some hope, but Alireza, he's so quick. He attacks the queen. Queen is going to drop back, and now we're seeing a trade. Step up with the queen.
He
Attack
does it.
the pawn on g6. Be careful, Alireza. Of course, king to g7.
And now the black bishop ready to line up on c5 to hit that f2 target. Before that happens, Vincent pushes the knight back,
Can he take
winning
it?
the e5 pawn. That's a third. Still a second pawn. 2 pawns for a piece it is. The queen continues getting chased down the board.
And Alireza continuing to hit that queen
Ooh,
with
10
the rook.
seconds for Alireza.
Oh, 10 seconds. He's only got 7 moves. He's still got 7 moves to make in 11 seconds here. Vincent could try and flag him.
He has to.
6 moves to make in 10 seconds. Alireza looking up now, realizing that he's in huge time trouble.
Absolutely.
This is not over.
It's far from over. For Vincent Keimer, his only ally is the clock. And he tries to keep the pace up, banging that clock, saying, Alireza, you to move, no time.
4 more moves to make.
8 seconds to go.
Alireza, too easy his moves though. Vincent not even trying to trick him, not creating any threats, not landing any surprising moves. He's trying to play too proper here.
And Alireza's got the fastest hand skills there. Is to be seen. He picks up a pawn as well along the way.
And that's move 40. They now get a 1-second increment after every move. He pins the white bishop. That could be the closing stages of this game. White's so passive now. Handshake. Vincent Keimer resigns.
And Alireza Firouzja moves closer to the championship. And we've got a 3-horse race at Norway Chess.
We absolutely do. Every point will matter. And take a look at how today's set of results impacted the standings. Because it was a drama fest, even though we only had 2 decisive results. And here we see. Take a look on the left side. Look, Wesley So still leads, but the lead has been whittled down to half a point. Wesley there with 15.5 points, Pragnananda 15 points, and Alireza Firouzja 14.5. It's going to be a 3-horse race. Tanya, as you said, in the women's, Bibisara Asabayeva has clinched the title with a round to spare, and now it's going to be a mad scramble to see who can get second place.
It's 2 completely different narratives on both sides of our screen, right? Bibisara, queen of Norway Chess, does it so convincingly, but the other side of our table, it's a 3-horse race. The first 3 players, you divide that into half. Nobody else stands a chance right now. But for Wesley So, it's a half-point lead, but that's not got to be feeling safe at all for a leader who's led the tournament for the most part. Pragnananda, 3 back-to-back wins there, taking down Alireza, taking down Magnus. Today, winning against Gukesh, puts himself in second spot. And sorry, Pragnananda did that, but Alireza not far behind with that Armageddon win against Vincent Keimer, surviving the classical.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be so interesting. So many storylines. I'll point out one storyline that I don't think anyone would have predicted before the event. Tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen plays Gukesh. It's a fight for last place.
Ooh.
Gukesh in last, Magnus in second last. A lot of honor on the line in that clash.
And on that subject, Magnus did a video, so let's hear what Magnus had to say.
Magnus, we saw in classical you tried to put some pressure on Wesley. Could you tell us, did you have any chances?
No, not as far as I could tell. I felt that I was, putting a little bit of pressure, as you said, at least psychologically. Objectively, like I didn't ever feel like I had anything particularly serious, and I thought he did a very good job holding things together, swapping when he could, and forcing me kind of not to steer the game towards a draw. But I was happy that it was a decent performance. I felt that my my play was pretty normal. Of course, that has to do with the kind of position you get as well. This one was a lot easier to play than a lot of the other games. But at least it feels all right to have played a game where I was never in any danger.
And in Armageddon, what happened there? What went wrong? And also, why did you start later than expected?
I don't know. I was following the game between Vincent and Alireza, and nobody made any. I didn't remember what time they said we were going to start, so I was just following the game and assuming that somebody would start the game at some point. I have no idea, but I was happy to follow a very exciting game of chess. As for the game itself, he just completely crushed me, but I didn't care a lot at that point. It was certainly an important win for him. For me, winning the Classical would have mattered. The Armageddon, not so much.
Thank you for your comment. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Magnus there just throwing his hat off to Wesley, saying great Armageddon win to Wesley, and also just acknowledging that it's so important to get these half points, especially coming up tomorrow.
But now it all comes down to the battle tomorrow. And just earlier, what we were discussing, David, I'm totally with you on this. I don't think anyone could have made this prediction, Yovi, that we will go into the last round. There will be 3 players who will be fighting for that top spot. None of them called Magnus. And in fact, for Magnus and the world champion, they're going to try to survive not finishing last tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
That is very crazy.
And we started with saying, is this Magnus's campaign for his 8th Norway Chess title?
I know. And also, tomorrow we will have a new winner of Norway Chess. I don't think any of these players have ever won before. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I can't wait now for all that action. I mean, feels like we're barely catching our breath from today, and we've got to look ahead because, that's just the format. Keeps giving. I'm not sure Magnus is loving the format right now, even though he has enjoyed it in previous years. But
you know who's enjoying David Howell?
Ooh.
It's got to be Bibisara. I mean, what a performance by her. She goes in tomorrow with none of this conflict in her mind, will just be enjoying chess. I mean, just an amazing outright performance. Pretty much outclassed the rest of the field, Yavanka.
Yes, and to win Norway Chess Women with a round to spare is something very special. And Bibisara will certainly be going into tomorrow's game with a smile on her face. It'll be a mad scramble, though, for second place in the women's as we take a look at tomorrow's final round pairings. And we couldn't have written a better script because we have Magnus Carlsen playing Gukesh. They're fighting it out for last place. But Alireza Firouzja plays Wesley So. And then we have Pragnananda against Vincent Keimer. And in the women, Bibisara can just enjoy life as she plays black against Ju Renjun.
Yeah, and the big one, the marquee matchup's going to be Divya against Anna Muzichuk, right? The race for second place. So much money on the line, honor on the line here in Norway Chess. It's no joke to finish second in this crowd of super elite players right now. And that's a massive face-off. It is between these two players and their fate in their own hands. I will point out one more thing. You know, Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh Tomaraju, the viral table smash moment. With the standings as they are right now, I think both of them want to smash some tables tonight, but for different reasons.
Tomorrow's going to be smashing, that's for sure.
Smash it up.
Absolutely. We are all set for an epic final round at Norway Chess. So many storylines. First up, though, I got to say a big thank you to Tanya, David. Tanya, congratulations on winning the prediction game.
I don't know what happened. My time machine malfunctioned. Something went wrong.
I just had a better read onto all that was going on. David, you just got to accept it, man. But you're at 5. I'm at 3. You'll be sorry, I can't remember. That's fine.
Nothing. but yes. But okay, well. But tomorrow, what do you think we can expect in terms of Armageddon? I'm going to get you now to do your choices.
Ooh. Already? Wow. That's a first. I mean, I will say one thing. Bibisara takes the championship 1 round to spare.
Yes.
In Norway Chess, it's a completely open field. Another guy who's taken the championship of prediction 1 round to spare is David Howell.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
Thank you. I will say, oh no, 2 decisive results tomorrow in the classical.
I love how you really pounce on the opportunity to go first. I don't believe I heard anyone give
Okay, you
that.
go first. I'll take what's left. I genuinely
No,
think
it's fine.
anything.
I'm taking you on this one. He's going with 2 decisive results for tomorrow. I think with everything that's on the line, I say we have more. I say we have 3 decisive results tomorrow.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. 2 decisive results, 3 decisive results. But one thing for sure, we are going to have a grand finale tomorrow.
Woohoo!
It's going to be epic, and you don't want to be missing it. Thank you, everyone, for following along and watching. Thank you to all of our subscribers. It's been a blast. See you tomorrow.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
It's the penultimate round of Norway Chess and Norway Chess women. The pressure is on for Wesley. Guys, what on earth are you doing? We are live. Just cut.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
Why did Magnus not play f4? Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Mukesh Morashu, Vincent Keimer, Wesley So, and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now of Vincent Keimer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xinyer, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Kneru, and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tied, the players go straight into Armageddon. 1 game, 1 winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
And it's a good day in Oslo, but you can forget everything you think you know about libraries, because here in Oslo's iconic library, Bjørvik Deichman Library, this is an arena of roaring energy. The crowd, we are ready for what is about to transpire for the next 2 rounds. Look at them go. Well, we are all clear for the action that is ready to unfold today. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am here with International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howe. Now, they're a little bit on my bad books. It was all good. It was all good.
It was Tanya. She was grabbing my muffins. They're mine.
I mean, it's that stage of the tournament. We all need all that energy. And David, you can only have so many muffins at a tournament. But I have to say, I mean, this year, Norway Chess has completely blown out the script from everything that was expected. You know, we've had it all. We've had the shock defeats. We've had the turnarounds, the comebacks, all the tense Armageddons. And now with 2 games remaining, the finish line visible. And David Howell, with visibility comes muffins and pressure.
Exactly. The pressure is on. It's the closing stretch. I was looking back at past results. The last rest day is when suddenly something switched. A flip was switched, and yeah, it just felt like the players, they wanted to start fighting. They wanted those decisive results. Things started getting very dramatic, and I'm hoping the last rest day, gave them the energy to do that again.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing what the players are going to bring to the table today. But as Tanya and David mentioned, round 8 was just simply shocking. 4 decisive games. Let's take a recap of what went down. And now Wesley is just looking for the most surprising moves to make in order to make Vincent burn that time on the clock. There you go. No more checks. Just offer trader queens. Make Vincent think. And here we go. Mistake.
Can't take it. He comes back.
And the clock. Vincent loses on time. Tough defense ahead, but Wesley gets the job done.
I was really tired mentally from game yesterday, so I'm really happy to win the Armageddon at least.
Big blunder in the game between Divya and Bibisara.
Wow, that is a full rook sacrifice. She needs to sacrifice the rook on b8.
She does it. She's about to take the 3-pointer win.
No way for white to save this suddenly. And she's walked into a different type of checkmate. Rook h3 now is the killer. And handshake, Bibisara turns it around. Divya heartbroken.
For her, it was very hard to play because her king is weak, and also my bishop, which was stupid for the whole game, has become very strong.
I think I just overpushed and didn't realize where to draw the line.
Magnus has got to be careful. Only one move. King to e2. Everything else is checkmate.
Only one move now for Magnus Carlsen. It has to be king e2, and he goes forward.
Checkmate in 7. It's a mate in 7 if you go queen d4 check.
And Magnus is done. It's checkmate. There's no way forward. Handshake. World number 1 crashes to defeat. Prag takes him down.
And Magnus Carlsen cannot believe it. For Grandmaster, it's his second win in a row here at Norway Chess, taking down the world number 1.
Whenever he was under time trouble, some of things weren't working for him. But I think that's the case for everyone.
Get the king into the game.
You do anything. You can put a rook on f6, support it with a g-pawn. You cash his king's cut off. Even if g6 falls now, it should be a win for white. The black king is so poorly placed, and it's a handshake.
I think nothing will be decided until the last round, probably. So I have a game against Wesley, so it will be interesting.
Nothing will be decided until the last round. Prophetic words there from Alireza Firouzja as we take a look at the standings. And with Wesley and Alireza set to fight in the last round, everything looks like it's going to be a showstopper for these last 2 games.
Yeah, every point matters. Armageddon might not be enough. Even if they win those Armageddons, they might find themselves overtaken by those who get the job done in the classical. Almost anything's still possible. And yeah, it all comes down to this last stretch now.
I absolutely love what we set ourselves up for. Wesley leads by 1 point ahead of Alireza and 2 ahead of Pragnananda. Basically, we've got a leader who refuses to give up his lead and 2 chasers who refuse to breathe down his neck right now. And nothing's decided. The path ahead for Wesley includes a matchup against Magnus and Alireza tomorrow. This is still a field wide open.
It is absolutely a field wide open. And for Alireza, he faces off against Vincent today. And talking about field wide open is a completely different situation in Norway Chess women. There we have Bibisara Asaubaeva. Now she faces off against Anna Muzichuk today, knowing that a draw will give her that point that is required to cement the win.
If the Bibisarus takes this to the Armageddon, that's it. Norway Chess Women is her title. She will be the debutante who becomes champion. And it could have been a very different storyline if Divya Deshmukh would have converted her game in round 8 against Bibisara so incredibly close to that. Divya would have been in the half-point lead. But today what we have instead is Bibisara with a 5-point plush cushion right now.
Yeah, she has been so impressive, so entertaining her games as well, Bibisara. She would be a worthy winner, but of course Anna Muzichuk in second place will have something to say about it. She will, however, need to win her first classical game of the tournament. For Anna Muzichuk, it's been a tale of Armageddon so far.
It has been Armageddon central for Anna Muzichuk as she is looking for her first classical win. Well, our players are ready. I feel so nervous about today. I cannot predict what is happening. For Bibisara, it sounds like an easy job, right? She just has to hold her nerve, get that required draw in the classical to take it to Armageddon. But it's so easy when it's not so easy when you have so much at stake.
And the thing is, the other good news for Bissara is she's playing against a player who's had all draws in the first 8 rounds. That's Anna Muzichuk. But a player who refuses to draw anything right now, it is Wesley So. It all turned around for Wesley with a win against Magnus in round 5. Before that, it was an Alireza Firouzja show. But since Wesley has had a lead, he hasn't let go of that. It's a big challenge against, in front of him, the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. You know, Magnus, not mathematically out of it, but even if he feels inside him that he's not in the hunt for his 8th Norway Chess title, he's still in the hunt for a perfect finish.
Exactly. Magnus, if he wants to win the tournament, he knows he needs to beat Wesley today and hope and pray that other results go in his favor, but obviously a long shot. Magnus at least will want to end on a high. They met each other after the last rest day, went Wesley's favor. Another rest day might have also helped Wesley's mood, but a bit of a laugh there. I think they were discussing a banana. Unclear who that belonged to. In the meantime, Vincent Keimer, he has suffered in all of the Armageddons, 0 out of 7 from those Armageddon games. But he has won a classical game, hasn't lost any. So a win here, a win in the final round 2, and he would launch himself up the standings.
And someone else who would also potentially launch themselves up the standings is Pragnananda, as he plays black against Gukesh. I mean, there's not really that much in it in the standings. We had Wesley 1 point ahead of Alireza, and Alireza is 1 point ahead of Pragnananda, and a classical win would basically just set the field wide open, and still nothing is decided in that particular event. But in the women's, it's all in Bibisara's hands.
And is this going to be the day where Anna Muzichuk finally gets a decisive result in the classical that could completely change the narrative going into the final round? Bibisara needs only a draw to take the championship, 1 round to spare. I have to say, that's got to be a good feeling.
It's got to be a great feeling. The question is whether Bibisara knows how to play for a draw. She plays such ambitious chess, always on the front foot, always trying to make things happen. Anna Muzichuk has been rock solid. I will say that she has looked happy to draw the classical games on occasion with white, with black. So it depends on how much she wants this, how brave she's feeling, taking risks with black against Bibisara, but we'll find out soon.
We will. And for Divya Deshmukh to have any outside chance of claiming the title, she needs to start with a win today in the classical against Zhu Jin. For Zhu Jin, she's got to be feeling good after her win in round 8, taking down Divya. How much of a reset has Divya had after the turnaround that happened against Bibisara?
Yeah, that was a very painful loss there for Divya, as she managed to lose a winning position, and suddenly it feels like all her hopes are over. Zhu Jin coming off a win against Ju Wenjun. Both of these players are actually on 10 points, so they still have outside chances, at least for, if not for first, for a very good finish. And these two are so young, but it feels like they're already developing a very old rivalry, both from Chennai. And as we see world champion Gukesh get ready with the white pieces for Prague, this could be everything.
Absolutely. This is the ultimate Indian showdown. It is board #1 versus board #2. 2 Indians, one is out of the title race. For the other one, very much in it. Pragnananda with 2 back-to-back wins, taking down Magnus along the way. Now, few can boast of defeating Magnus Carlsen twice in their entire career. Pragnananda did it in 1 tournament.
Yeah, Prague is now one of the few Grandmasters out there who's got a plus score against Magnus Carlsen in classical. Not many can boast of that, but Prague can. I love how they're wearing matching outfits as well. Gukesh against Prague, bottom right.
It's the famous Waka blazer, the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. Both mentees, prodigies of Waka, and repping it.
They are definitely repping it and showing it to an elite level as well. And going back to your stat about Prague, like most people who have positive scores against Magnus, got that when he was a child. Prague has actually got it from this year.
From this year, and most of Prague's win against Magnus, well, all of them in classical have come from Norway Chess. Norway Chess in 2024, Prague for the first time takes down the world #1 in his life, and that was such a big moment for Indian chess. And right now, he is one of the chasers in this tournament. He's 2 points behind Wesley, very much in the race. He knows he's playing a struggling Gukesh right now. A classical win would be everything for Prague today.
It would certainly propel him up the standings, even potentially into first place. So so much rides on this game as we get ready to initiate.
Round 9. Let's go. Let's get ready. Everyone looking sharp. Everyone looking very focused. Those ceremonial first moves just being made on the boards before the action really begins. Too early, of course, with our prediction game, but I'm predicting there will be a lot of ambition, at least.
And I completely second that, because this is the stage where great tournament runs become championships, become titles. And it's so important to not just try and play safe. I think for Wesley, he's not feeling safe at all. Even though he's kept his lead for so many rounds, the player, top center there, Alireza Firouzja, you just cannot count him out. His story is not over at Norway Chess. He was leading for the first 5 rounds of the tournament. And then 2 back-to-back losses. And how does he respond? With 2 back-to-back wins there. And now he's back in this one. A huge one against Vincent Keimer. Does Firouzja feel that he wants to play against a Vincent's biggest weakness? Will he take him to Armageddon? It's go time. Round 9 is underway.
It is. We have a lift off as we see Wesley open with the e4 pawn against Magnus. And Magnus means business. We have a Sicilian on the board. This is none of this e4, e5, a symmetrical, tense game. Magnus is here saying, I want to win this game.
Okay, and Wesley would have predicted this. Wesley could not have banked on Magnus playing it solid, allowing him to force a draw. I think for Wesley, he's shown in the last couple of rounds that he is happy to kind of hedge his bets, take it to Armageddon, try to get that extra half point there. But here we see open Sicilian. Magnus has been playing the Sicilian Najdorf in recent months. A very provocative opening, giving white lots of choice. How aggressive is Wesley So going to be to try and extend his lead in the tournament?
We saw Magnus play this against Prague as well with the black pieces, and that did not go very well. Despite some interesting positions, some exchange sacrifices there, Magnus getting a great advantage in that one eventually, but slipping away, went on to lose. But I think the opening phase wasn't one that you can complain about from that game. Heading towards a Najdorf, we are.
A Najdorf, and Wesley, in games where he's happy to make a draw with white, he either goes ultimate mainline e4 or ultimate mainline d4. He doesn't go any sidelines. He normally goes very, very direct. But there aren't so many lines which kind of force too many simplifications in the Najdorf. Here we go. Pawn to a6 is the Sicilian Najdorf after Miguel, famous Grandmaster. But Wesley, the safest ones I would predict might be pawn to g3. This is where Magnus had his confessional, said white had pretty much 18 logical moves that have been played in the database. I'm going to predict g3, but we could also see one of the bishops come out.
A bit of a shake of his head, Wesley, right now, and that takes me by surprise, because Magnus just played this in Norway Chess against Pragnananda, where Prag in this position pushed the h-pawn up the board. h4 was the first big surprise, an absolutely up and down game. Just me or Wesley looks slightly uncomfortable?
I think he looks tense. There's a lot riding on this game, and Magnus has opened up with a Najdorf, and I've got to remind everyone that earlier on Magnus played a Najdorf against Prague. Prague responded with h4. It was a super sharp game. Do you think we're going to be seeing something like that? I mean, you've predicted g3, bishop e3, but the fact that Wesley's now thinking makes me a little bit worried, because here, with no increment, you have to play quickly.
Yeah, you definitely want to play quickly. He must have spent a big chunk of the rest day preparing this. That's for sure, Wesley. I think this is just kind of either he's plucking up the courage to do something really direct, really attacking, or he's just saying, okay, what mood am I in? I prepared 2 different lines. Which one today is going to be my choice? I believe that Wesley's mainly been playing bishop e3. There we go. Over the last few years. Although open Sicilians aren't so common in his games, in his practice. And there are some drawing lines. If Magnus had played the move knight to g4, Wesley might have gone back to c1 and tried to repeat the position. But Magnus goes main line, e5, kicking the knight back to f3. This is known as being very solid. And of course, you can't spell solid without so.
Sticking to recipe we are for Wesley So right now. The other move, knight to b3, is in fact the more popular approach in this position. Knight f3, the second most played move. Lots of top grandmasters have employed it. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana. Magnus's response, quick and fast, gets the queen out to c7.
Very common idea, just to stop white's bishop coming out to c4. where it would have nice vision against f7, but also where it could control the beautiful d5 outpost. So this is still mainline stuff.
Mainline stuff, but fun fact right now, David Howell, that if white doesn't make the move a4, which has been played about 1,000 times, but you've got some other options. You could take your bishop out. You could also plant the bishop, which has just moved to g5, all of them go into way lesser known territories. So Wesley has a new idea. It should be in this position. If he plays a4, he's pretty much sticking to plan. Magnus will have a response ready to that.
Exactly. As our producer says, you can't spell sophisticated without so either. And a4 is a very sophisticated move, stopping black's plan of advancement here on the queen side. Very typical Najdorf stuff. I have a feeling we'll see a4 from Wesley. Why kind of diverge from the main lines when, you know, here it has decent reputation for white? Maybe it's kind of a mind game battle now. Like, who's going to launch that first surprise?
Yeah, we will see Wesley thinking some more, just perhaps trying to find his rhythm. Of course, he knows this opening inside out. Going to our bird's eye view, well, we can see what is on our screens. Vincent Keimer and Ali Reza Farouja, also another Sicilian. Not an open one, though, as the Rosalimo, as the bishop, light square bishop on f1, that's no longer on the board. And we have a Nimzo Indian, very aggressive system there with Gugesh, Prag. Those two don't seem to know how to play solidly at all when they face each other.
And you gotta love that, right? It's just not in their style. Combative chess is the name of the game. That's the brand here. And I think we're going to see that given the tournament standings as well. The top row, as you highlighted, Yovi, we've got two Sicilians, one d4. If you look at the Norway Chess women right now, also quite a variety of openings there. One of them started with David Howell's favorite, the Reti, one knight f3 on the board. The other two, the queen's pawn opening. But the middle game that we're going into in all of these, one thing's clear, it's going to be quite rich. It's going to be a lot of fun. I see a lot of weaknesses on that bottom center marquee matchup, Bibisara versus Muzichuk. When I say weakness, I'm talking about the c6 b4 pawn, already overextended on that board right now, leaving behind some squares, leaving behind the backward pawn as well for black.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really fiery round. Anna Muzichuk racing with her moves, playing very quickly, trading off some pieces. That is still theory, I believe. But yeah, the fact that we've got two Sicilians, we've got one of the sharpest Nimzo Indians possible, and a Reti, quieter Nimzo, and yeah, bottom center, that Slav. I mean, I don't see any of them fizzling out quickly. I don't see any of them being kind of simple, slow maneuvering games. I think there's going to be a lot of direct action in the early stages.
I agree with you there. I'm very curious, though. Can we choose one to dive into? Because I have some that really pique my interest. And the one that I'm curious about, and I think it is really important, of course, for the whole championship, for the whole title, is Bibisara against Anna Muzichuk. If we can go there, that would be really good. Because if we do an action replay, Bibisara has already passed the first test. And the first test is later on.
Okay. So a semi-Slav?
A semi-Slav. So this is really interesting. She chooses the Moran. She doesn't choose the Queen C2 because the Moran, with bishop to D3, you have a lot less choice as black. With Queen C2, you can keep the position fluid in many different ways. You know, with bishop coming out to D6, the queen can come to E7. It's a lot of tension. Bishop D3, usually because of the threat of E4, forces pawn takes C4. And after bishop takes c4, you can go b5, you can go bishop d6. Those are the two main moves. So b5, bishop retreats, and then here, you know, the main lines are bishop b7 or a6, but they're very forcing, very, very aggressive lines. Everything has been pretty much worked out there. So Anna has chosen a line that I used to play because I never liked that much theory. And this is where the first test is. So usually, you know, you want to be centralizing the knight. You want to be gaining control over the c6 pawn, and you want to be gaining a special control over the c5 square. And so a lot of people think it's very natural not to swap off the knights and instead go knight to a4. But knight to a4 is a lot more complicated because it does allow you, bishop b7, c5 is very quick, and the knight is offside. So Bibisara has already passed the first test.
Okay, the first test, she did centralize her knight, and just to catch up with the live position, Jovanka, what do you make of this? a knight exchange and black playing bishop b7, there's already a pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, how, as a player from the black side here, how would you be dealing with this?
So the way that you fight this one is you go, obviously you have to protect the pawn on c6, but then the knight will come to f6, the bishop will come to e7, so you want to be dislodging that bishop pretty much ASAP, so you often go knight f6, get it out, because everything will hinge on how white develops, and bishop e7, and then castle, and then you should be as quick as possible to get in c5.
c5 to come next.
Yeah.
C5 has to be the breakaway plan if you're black here, to open up your bishop but also solve structural problems. I think for white, the key idea here, apart from finishing development, which is around the dark squared bishop, you decide, do you want to place it on the b2 square, where eventually you can throw in a d5 at the right moment, especially if we were to see c5 happen, open up that diagonal. And the other strategic plan for Bibisara is all around that square that's been left behind because of black's overexpansion on the left flank. Knight d2, knight c4, is the way you want to follow this up. Get your queen out towards the king side as well. I have to say that I think for a player with a 5-point lead right now, needing only a draw to take this to an Armageddon, Bibisara has no reasons to be displeased with this opening currently. There are so many ways that white can actually try to push in this position. You have the better center, you have the better pawn formation. Once your bishop lands on b2, once that knight gets on c4, your queen comes out of the way, the rook coming to d1, c1. Beautiful harmony in white's game.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Often you play this as black just to equalize, and once the center gets eliminated with that c5 break, you basically black has equalized, and that's it. And you just get a simple game, which you will usually fizzle out to a draw. I use this a lot to kind of get draws against Grandmasters. That was it.
The problem is, like, a draw's not enough for Anna Muzichuk. That would basically gift the title, the Norway Chess Women's title this year, and first prize, a lot of money, to Bibisara. So, yeah, interesting that Anna's kind of stuck to her tournament strategy of playing solid.
And she's also stuck to an opening that she's played before. Anna's had this position against Grandmaster Miguel Illescas back in 2024. Exactly bishop to e7 was last played, where Miguel then with the white pieces decided to go immediately, being ahead in development with the move a3. And it was quite a fascinating battle, at the end of which a draw happened, an up and down one, but I never saw Anna in that game get an advantage. If I had to guess Anna's mindset currently, I would say, given everything, the way the tournament's gone, we might be in for a fight, a race for the second place, and Anna really wants that second place. She's happy to take this to an Armageddon and say it's still a lot of money.
Yeah. She has been quite pragmatic, I would say, in recent years, Anna. Even when she won Norway Chess last year, she was kind of playing very solid in some games and just hoping the opponents would overpress, giving them the responsibility of kind of deciding how hard to go and then reacting. And I think actually that suits her style. Quite a counter-attacking player. When she gets the chance to seize the initiative, she normally does jump on it. But yeah, from the early stages, openings maybe not her strongest, or at least not something she tries too hard to specialize in.
Yeah.
She likes to give the ball back to the opponent there.
Okay, well, we set the scene for this particular game. We're expecting equality. I think that game may be in danger of fizzling out, but let's go to the bird's eye view and let's have a look at what's occurring in the open. And I can see between Vincent Keimer and Alireza Foujda, that is like tension. No pawn breaks, all the pawns on the board, and it's a very locked position. That's basically depending on someone to blink and just open things up. And also it's pretty exciting between Gukesh and Pragnananda. Which direction to step? Left or right?
Can I go right?
Yes.
To the all-Indian derby between Gukesh and Pragnananda. Gukesh, of course, having a tough tournament in last place right now, but he could still salvage a lot of pride if he wins his last two rounds. He has quite a good score, I think, against Prag in recent times, at least, in Classical, beating him earlier in the tournament. And just a very quick action replay for everyone at home. This is one of two Nimzo Indian defenses today. We also saw one in the women's tournament between, I think it's Humpy and Zhu Wenjun. So here we see one of the sharpest variations after a3, just inviting black to double the pawn structure This has always been such a brave choice in my mind. I would never touch it. It feels like you're losing a full tempo. Pawn on a3 isn't great, just to force black to do something they want to do anyway. But here we go. It does allow white a free hand in the center very quickly to try and build a nice pawn chain. Knight c6. Prag not going for the main lines, interestingly. Like instead of b6, it's quite normal to go d5, c5, but knight c6, allowing white forward and just going straight for the weak pawn. And yeah, Tanya, this is double-edged stuff.
Double-edged stuff. I mean, just that position you had, David. First 7 moves, 6 of them with a pawn. What happened to traditional chess opening principles about take out your pieces? Well, Gukesh says, you know, he wants to play for a win right now. He wants to take Prag off any big theoretical battles, and these are lesser played openings. Yes, you've destroyed the pawn structure. Yes, you've lost a lot of time on that left side of the board. And if we move forward, we see that c4 pawn comes under so much fire, defended now with the queen over the last move, lining up. But very often, black keeps piling on the pressure on the c line, gets the rook there, gets the c pawn moving, opens it up, and even in some cases wins it, while all of white's attention and focus is on a kingside attack. You know, we have e4, d4, c4. We might see f4, g4, everything for very quickly in this one. It's going to be a fun battle. I think we'll see Prag go down a pawn and go for Gukesh's king.
Okay, this is going to be super exciting. And when we see Gukesh, I mean, Gukesh is playing really combative, right? With f4 in the air, kingside attack, and Prag, is he just going to go for the material? Maybe we can kind of try and peek into the future and make our guesses as to what will occur.
Let's do it.
Is it time for the prediction game, David?
Oh, already?
Already?
You can do it with moves first here.
We have to change the rules, by the way, on the prediction game. So it has to be David versus all of us.
The rest of the table and the chairs.
And the chairs, yeah.
So I could just pick my result, and then if I'm wrong, you all win,
we
right?
all win, yeah. But even then, we only... No, we don't even... No, we don't even win.
No, I've got 5 of the 8 correct so far.
Yes, and Tanya's got 2. Oh, no, hang on a second. The chair's got 1.
She donate the chairs points to Tanya.
I just feel bad taking it. I love how David's just stressing on that. No, David, I refuse it. But it does break my heart because, yes, for Wesley, he hasn't won it 2 rounds to spare. Bibisara almost there, but David Howell definitely there in this battle, I think.
Yeah, we have to adjust the rules.
Who knows? Today I might have some fun and predict all 6 decisive in classical. But I wanted to say that beforehand. Now I think it might be 4 or 5. But okay, thank you, Pedro, for the support. I am inevitable, as they say. But c5. Okay, let's predict as you wanted, Tanya. And Ivanka, what do you think? Which moves are coming next?
I really feel that for Prag, the plan is so simple. What we've been talking about, just he's doubled down and now he's going to triple down on the c4 pawn and just go win it. And if you're white, you have to look for counterplay on the other flank of the board. One idea is to start pushing the pawns already. David, the other way to go is something that you pointed out. Get the bishop out, pin that knight. I'm also threatening the move e5 next, so you have to take a pause and answer that threat before going for the pawn on c4. Bring it on, g5.
G5, yeah, that's very committal for black. Unclear where the black king goes if Prag decides to push that pawn, but if not, yeah, as you say, e5's coming. Like, this is the reason I don't play the Nimzo Indian so much. I always bluff the Nimzo Indian and then I switch to like Queen's Gambit declined because nowadays there's such sharp lines. It also reminds me, like Gukesh now thinking, it reminds me of that documentary with Judith Polgar just recently, The Queen of Chess, because there was this illuminating moment when her husband was like, oh wait, you know that a draw is a possible result in chess? And it feels as if Gukesh, like, nobody's told him. Even when it is all going against him, even when he's not at his best, not at his sharpest, losing a few games here and there, he doesn't play it tight. He doesn't just play it solid. He chooses lines like this with white, where it could go very right, but it can also go very, very wrong.
And it's really fascinating, that conversation, right? Because at one point you feel like you really want to shake up Gukesh and tell him you need to pull